Hello, hello! Hi, everyone. How are you doing? I am tired. Tell me how you're doing. It's Sunday afternoon, late afternoon for me, and I know that for my Aussie friends, it's Monday already. But I'm excited. I'm ready to do some reading, and hopefully I stay awake for it. Um, I don't know if any of you have done hot yoga, but it's kicking my butt. And so I'm like trying to, I should have done this earlier in the day, but all right, let's see who's here. Let me know what's going on, what you're reading today, and love to hear how everything is going. Like, how's your week, the end of the week? How's it coming? Yeah, just tired, aside from kind of a nice little bit of a lazy weekend. Was it lazy? I think it was kind of lazy. And got some things accomplished, but mostly just reading and finishing books. That's nice. Starting new books. Manny will be excited to see that I'm reading Dawn by Octavia E. Butler and really getting into this so far. Has anybody read this? Has anybody here read this yet? What'd you think about it? I am enjoying it. It's actually very, like, Octavia E. Butler's writing is very consumable. It's a lot easier to get into than I thought. Um, I don't know, I just haven't really been in a huge sci-fi mood lately, so it's kind of nice to be reading something that's just pulling me in so much. All right. Hello, Kendra! Good evening. I'm 72% done with my audiobook. Nice. All We Ever Wanted by Emily Griffin. I haven't heard of that one. All We Ever Wanted? Is that a romance or like contemporary? Or is it nonfiction? That's kind of what it sounds like. Hello, hello, hey cool gamer. Manny, hello. Hi, Zoe. How are you doing? I'm finishing making dinner, and then I'll continue procrastinating, work, and read a bit. Yeah, that's good that you're making dinner. That's great. I tend to procrastinate in the whole making dinner part. Yeah, the whole series is amazing. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. You know, what's funny is like I hear so much about her other series, like Parable of Sower and all those different series, but I don't hear much about this one. And there's like no audiobook for it. So is this like the lesser known series and that's why it's just not there's just not people reading it that much? I'm really enjoying it so far though. It's a family drama. Okay, interesting. All We Ever Wanted. Like drama thriller or just like a drama? That's interesting. Never heard of it. Hello! Adeline and I Ugh, and I are having a drawing session. Oh, that's wonderful. Adeline, that's how is she feeling? How are you feeling? I know that you both were sick, pretty darn sick. I hope you're feeling a lot better. And drawing is fun, and that's so cute. Okay, definitely an underrated series. Yeah, so I'm reading this because Kim from Expedition Through Pages picked it for me, and it's going to work for Tales from True Trails because I have to read a Kim recommends book anyways. So then she recommended this, and it works for punishment for Pickpongathon because our team had a punishment where we had to have a friend pick. Well, that was the third punishment, I think. Yeah. So I am so glad that Kim picked this for me because it's not too long either. So that's, because I have a lot of other books I need to read. I still need to want to read this one this month. And this is I'm just so excited for this book. And Netflix is going to be playing The Discovery of Witches starting Monday, I guess, which is exciting because before it was really hard to try and find that TV series, and so I haven't watched it yet, but I love this series, so I can't wait to watch the actual TV show. Too many R's. What do you mean? Is that why my... Oh, underrated. Got it. I was like, wait, I'm confused. Okay, no, that's perfect. Like rich people drama, not thriller at all. Okay. Oh, good. I'm glad you're liking it. Is it a pretty good audiobook? Because I feel like that always, well, for me, audiobooks can be hit or miss when it comes to the narrator. I'm currently listening to the fourth book in the Lady Hardcastle series. I really love that series. It is just so fun, and I feel like a certain level of comfort coming home to Lady Hardcastle and Flo. And this one actually has fall vibes, which is so like we're still enjoying summer here, but I'm enjoying the fall vibes. I'm like, oh, am I gonna fast forward to fall a little too quickly at this point? Maybe, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, Kim and I read the last one as well. Oh, okay, okay, wonderful. That makes sense then. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm just so honestly lately I haven't been slumping as far as I've still been continuously reading, but my enjoyment of reading lately has been sort of slumpy. So like I read, but I feel like I haven't been enjoying it as much. And so this is like the first book I've picked up in a while where I just don't want to put it down. And that's like super exciting because I haven't been feeling that way lately. So I'm excited to keep going with this. It's definitely it's definitely got me curious and wanting to keep reading. So very, very happy about that. Hello, welcome. Love Lady Hardcastle books. I need to continue. Oh, book 9. That's great. Yeah, I'm such a fan. I'm such a fan. And the audiobooks for that series are fantastic. Totally recommend if you have some issues with audiobooks like I do. uh, I totally recommend listening to the whole Hardcastle series on audiobook because the narrator is amazing. That's just one where I can easily enjoy the audiobook. I don't get distracted by other things because that's what I do is I like get distracted by other things when it comes to audiobooks. So it has that problem where one person reads slower than the other. But oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, so it's got multiple narrators on the audiobook. Yeah, that would be a problem, especially if you like speed up your audiobooks. And it just slows the pacing down too, doesn't it? So that is a bit of an issue, but hopefully, other than that, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yes, yes. What were we talking about? I already forgot. I'm telling you, I'm so brain like my brain has just been slow motion lately, really slow motion lately. I'm just like, usually I'm pretty good at that keeping up with conversations and stuff. And lately I'm just like, oh, is it going to come back in time for the new school year? I sure hope so. Yeah, well, but thank you. It's Jenny. Hello, Jenny. I was so excited when you joined our team halfway through the month. Like super excited. Just know that you can go back and use all the books that you already read in the month of August. Hi, Brenna. How's it going? Glad to see you. Yes, I'm excited too. I'm excited too, and I'm excited for us to get some reading done. I feel like this weekend my reading has picked up a bit, so we're definitely gonna chat and have a good time chatting with each other, but we're also gonna get some reading done. And hopefully I can make some good progress in this tonight. We know how great I am at actually reading during sprints. Or if you don't know, I'm not that great at reading during sprints. But I don't usually do them by myself. So this makes it more interesting and makes me more inclined to like, okay, when things get awkward or I don't know what to say next, we'll just move on to sprints. So, speaking of which, should we start with a sprint? I think we should. Let me get I usually like to use where's my phone? Here it is. I usually like to use my little sprint spinner. Pull it up. See how long our first sprint is going to go for. All right, you ready? What are you hoping for? I'm hoping that it's a decent one, whatever that means. Oh yeah, it is a decent one. Okay, good. We're gonna start with 45 minutes. So 55? We're going to 55? Does that sound about right? It sounds about right. Let me change my little banner. I'm not as exciting as everybody else with the backgrounds and stuff. I need to figure that out for my channel so that eventually I can have prettier stuff when we actually go to sprints. For now, banners work well. And yay, everybody's excited about 45 minutes. Perfect. Ooh, good. Another book. All right. Okay, well, happy reading, everyone. Good luck. Hopefully you read a bunch or get other things accomplished that you need to get accomplished because, you can do that too. All right. So weird. Okay, I'll see you later. See you soon. Hello, welcome back. How's everyone getting on? How was that sprint? This is so good. It's so good. I'm very excited to be reading this. Let's see what I missed while I was gone. Yeah, housework sprint. That's what I meant. That I so awkwardly was trying to explain. Hello, Diana. I'm glad you made it. Hello, Emily. Finishing March Volume 3. What is that? I don't think I've heard of that one before. Series is 5 stars, a must read. Ooh, okay. It's a graphic novel, I'm guessing, right? I think I have heard of that. Or, what's the author's name? And then we'll be continuing Erasure. How do you say that word? Erasure by Percival Everett. I looked that up. It looks really good. And Kelly says, I loved Erasure. Wow, that just sounds really strange saying it. I think that's a word I don't actually say out loud very often. You know, it's one of those words that you hear and you see it, but you don't actually say it very often. So all of a sudden, yeah. I needed something light, so I'm reading a middle grade. Nice. The Curious League of Detectives and Thieves. Egypt's Fire by Tom Phillips. That sounds cute. That sounds really cute. Sounds fun. I hope you're enjoying it. It's Alicia. Hello. No housework, but made a dent in my paperwork. That's good. That's really good. Had dinner and most importantly cleaned up after cooking, which is always the worst part. Totally. Absolutely, Manny. It is the worst part. Megan. Hello, Megan. Just joining, reading the Heaven and... Ooh, I was just looking at that on a list. I don't remember what list it was. Was it a historical fiction list on Goodreads or something like that? And I'm definitely curious about that one. I feel like I've heard mixed reviews. What do you think of? What are you thinking of it so far? Ooh, what'd you cook? And did you make extras to send me? It would take a while to get to me though. That was a YouTube sprint, but this next one I'm gonna start reading Can't Spell Treason Without T. Ooh, yeah, I've heard other people talking about that one recently. It sounds really cute. Can't spell treason without. That's a newer one, right? Without T. By Rebecca Thorne. Yeah, that is fairly new. It looks adorable. It sounds adorable. All they want to do is open a bookshop that serves tea. But treason, huh? I'll have to check that one out. It really sounds cute. At 91%. Oh, so you didn't finish. You're so close. You're almost there. I'm currently reading The Last Boyfriend's Rules for Revenge by Matthew Hubbard. Huh. I've never heard of that one. The Last Boyfriend's... How do you like it? 91% of the way through. Rules. Oh, it looks cute. The cover looks super cute. The Last Boyfriend. So this is like contemporary romance? Contemporary fiction? Young adult romance. Oh, okay. That looks really, really cute actually. So I might have to put that one on my, because why not? Books to read. Sorry, I'm updating my Goodreads, adding another book to my already extensive Goodreads want to read list. And YA. I only have okay. I made it to page 263. Nice. That's Riley Sager, right? Middle of the Night. That's his new recent release. Started the Ninth Reign by Jen Williams and got 30 pages. Nicely done. That's great. Erasure. Yeah, that just doesn't sound right, though. I guess it is. Erasure. Yeah, it's a word I should use more often in sentences, and then I would feel more and more comfortable with it. I made it to 115 in the middle grade. Nice. It's a quick read. Just might finish it tonight. Perfect. That's awesome. I'm reading A Darker Shade of Magic for TBR Vet, for Tales for Two Trails. Yeah, I just finished Stiff by Mary Roach for my TBR Vet. I've had it for 9 years. Ooh. How long have I had Stiff? That's a good question, because that was like considered the oldest one on my physical TBR. I think on my physical TBR, I only have 65 pages left. That's perfect. Let me look at my want to read. Or was that like the oldest book that I put on my Goodreads want to read? Erasure really is a weird word. Yeah, everybody say that out loud right now. Isn't that strange? It's a strange word. It's just not a word. Or am I just strange? I mean, I'm okay with that. It is true. Let's see. My want to read. Let me look at. Okay. Kind of the. Oh. I'm not going to go too long with the break. I've been trying to keep them around 10 minutes or so like that or so. I didn't set a timer, which is always gets me in trouble, but let's say 10, 15 minutes at the most, and then we'll go into another sprint. Let's see. Okay, so let me go with my settings, date added. Okay, and let's check my oldest added book to my oldest added book to Goodreads is Ulysses by James Joyce. Haven't read that. Oh, you know what? That's why. So Stiff would be on here, but since I just finished it, it's not on here anymore. So 2011 is when I put that on here. So how long ago was that? 13 years? 13 years ago? So 9 years is long, but not as long as 13 years. Wow. Is that right? March is a graphic novel about John Lewis's time in the civil rights movement. Okay, John Lewis. Let me look that up. Because I have heard of it before, but I don't know if I've actually looked it up. Oh, I have it on my want to read list. So yeah, I have looked it up before. Nicely done, Amy. Okay, 25% of the way in. That's good. I don't even know what that one's really about. I just know that I've heard some reviews, some different reviews, like some good, some not so crazy about it. But I love the cover of that book. The Heaven and Earth grocery store. I love Can't Spell Treason Without Tea. Yes! I saw that on Goodreads. I saw that you love that one. And so did Jenny. Okay. Well then, did I put that on my want to read list? Can't spell. I know I looked it up, but did I actually put it on my list of want to reads? No, I didn't. Okay, changing things. Oh, is it a cozy fantasy? Because it says fantasy. It's a cozy mystery, but fantasy is the first thing it comes up as. So is it actually like a cozy fantasy, or is it more of a mystery? Okay. I am reading The Phoenix Keeper. Yeah, that's the one you just got, right? That's really exciting. And Crush. Crush is a reread, and I'm loving The Phoenix Keeper. Good, good. Crush, is that one of the ones in that series? That YA, is it a YA series? Yeah, the Crave series by Tracy Wolff. How'd you like the first one in that series? I've heard so many people talk about it, and I just don't know if I'm that interested in picking it up. I made chuco, which is my family's version of bolognese sauce, I think. Tomato sauce everywhere. Yeah, bolognese sauce usually has meat in it. Um, that's what makes it different than like a marinara sauce. Ooh, chuco. That sounds good. Yep, Riley Sager. That's a middle of the night. Not to continue the erasure debate, but I say it with ZH sound. Erasure. That's think how I've heard it before, but I could have heard it the other way too. Me too, but I didn't think about that when spelling it out. Okay, so it should be erasure, erasure, erasure. so, so, wow, that's fun. So it should be erasure, erasure, erasure. It's just an ugly word. It's an ugly word. I'm sorry, y'all. I think a lot of people have problems with erasure. They named the movie based on the book, American Fiction. I want to watch it. Ooh, I gotta put a reader on my tube. Yeah, that just sounds really good. And now that the word has, like, it's gonna be in my head forever, it'll bother me forever. So I gotta read it. I gotta add another book. How many books do you have, everybody? How many books do you have on your want to read list? Very curious. Probably not as many as me. Okay. Sorry, I'm just updating my want to read list. Okay. Okay, it's a cozy fantasy. Oh, I need to read more cozy fantasies. Yeah, I need to read more. I like cozy fantasies. I like Legends and Lattes, and I like that cozy aspect to a fantasy. A little more, like, not super high. It's something that's just when you want to sit down and read something fantastical and whimsical and magical, but you don't want to put that much thought into it. I like that. Part of the Crave series is a much better version of Twilight, and the first book hooked me, and the series has got so much better after that. I'm gonna have to try that out. This is so fun. What a fun conversation. It rhymes with Frasier. Yeah, let's erase erasure. Oh, 844. Okay, let's compete. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so my want to read. I'll tell you after you've told me yours. So Kelly's got 844. Uh, yeah, let's erase erasure. And Brenna, I still have more than you, but that 1100 is pretty good. 371, but it needs cleaning up. That's the hardest part, because then you go and you start looking at what you actually put on there, and you're like, no, I might actually read that. No, I might actually read that too. I think that I'll keep that on. I put it on here for a reason, so I'm going to keep it. And then you just end up with 808. Want to read? Oh, 807. Sorry, 807. I was over. I had 808. I must have just taken something off of there. What happened? American Fiction was good. The book is better and definitely sad I didn't read it first. Okay, so I usually like to read the book first, so thanks for that, because that's typically how I prefer. I mean, there's definitely been some shows or movies that I've actually liked better than the book, but I usually like to read the book first, so that's great. I'll read. I put Erasure on my list with 1,806 other books on there. My Goodreads want to read is, wow, nice done, Jen, nice done. You won. But I just click on anything I'm remotely interested in. Yeah, I know. And I've had, so like my friend Shell's always like, but you're not going to even read that in a lifetime. And I'm like, yeah, but I have a lot of options. I got a lot of options. It's not like I bought them all, so it doesn't bother me to add them liberally to my, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. Agreed. Agreed. It's just, I know that it's hard for some people to have that many books on their Goodreads want to read, because, some people actually really want to read all the books on their Goodreads want to read. For me, I do, but I also am realistic that it might not happen. I lost track of my want to read number. I don't even Yep. Totally get that. About 400 physical TBR. Oh, I think I have more. I'm trying to think of how many physical TBR books I have. So I have like over 500 physical TBR book or physical books. Physical books. No, I have 696 physical books that I own. I don't know how many of those I've already read though. I wonder if I can figure that out. Yeah, I don't know. I probably could on my computer. I could probably set it up as like physical books I own, and I don't know. I gotta figure that out, because I think I also have my books that I've already read on my physical books shelf that I created. I'm transferring my books to a Notion database rather than Storygraph, cleaning up the list as I go. I have a book subscription that uses my Storygraph list to. Oh, that's really cool. That's really nice that there's a book subscription that does that, because then you don't end up with books you're not interested in reading. That's neat. Where do you put all those physicals? I have 100. Uh, have mine are on shelves. I've got lots of shelves, and then all the ones I've read, except for I have one bookshelf back here that is all my, oh, that one right there is my read books. And then all the rest of my read books are in boxes in the garage, which is not actually as much as you'd think it is. Most of my books that I own, I haven't read yet. That gives me a lot of options also for the future. Jenny has 100 under 100, oh no, under 250, but I purged my want to read list when I moved to Storygraph. That's perfect. That's smart. All over the house. I have about 3 big bookshelves and 2 small shelves. I've also stolen space on my mother's shelf. Yeah, and you know what happens is I have definitely bought my fair share of books that I haven't read yet, but I get a lot of free books from people, like people are unhauling books, and I go, oh yeah, that sounds good, I'll take it. And you end up like getting more and more books, and it's just so hard to, you can't read as many books as you're getting in. Well, some people can. I apparently can't. So you end up with more and more books, and then the amount just grows, and you have to figure out how to rearrange your shelves to make sure everything fits on there. It is a thing. It's a thing. I have around 670 physical and only read about 50 so far, so I got a lot of work to do. Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and like little free libraries. I find a lot of books that I like at little free libraries. Of course, I always exchange, but sometimes those little free library books come and they stay on my shelf and I don't read them because there's a lot of books I just don't read as fast as I'm bringing books in. After the last deck I bought on the floor and told my adult son he should buy me another shelf. He said he wouldn't name. He's just well, that's just unfair. It's not enabling. It's making things work, fit, But yeah, then of course you're like, well, I gotta fill this shelf. Yeah, it is great. They pick books based on a questionnaire. Oh, this is the subscription box that you fill out, and they reference your online profile. They also have a return guarantee if you have the book already. Nice. That's really nice. That's really, really nice. They have a return guarantee. But yeah, that's an interesting sounding subscription box because a lot of times they're like trying to get books out there by the authors or whatever that supports them, or the publishing companies that support them, or I don't know how, actually don't know how subscription boxes get books. But I would imagine it's that they're getting, books that people are like, hey, you gotta put this one out there. But this one actually goes off books you want to read. Really, that's really cool. My Christmas present last year was a new shelf that my dad built me. That was a nice thing for Dad. They were tired of all the books I had on the floor. No, I just recently got a lot of my stacks of books that were on my table here and around my desk area put away. But that meant I had to rearrange my shelves, which was work. It was work. Yeah, that is cool. Always afraid of getting it. Yeah, totally. Especially when it's a new release or something like that, and you've already, you're so excited about it, you already buy it. 2 books that I haven't even heard of. So that's good. Well, that's good. So they give you books based on the questionnaire and reference things. So then they also know what kind of things you like. So that's great that they actually pay attention to that. That's awesome. Hopefully they become new favorites. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, let's do another round so Jenny can finish her book, so Kelly can change the litter box, and so the rest of us can get some reading done. Let's see how long it's going to be. Whoop, there's my finger. All right, 35 minutes. Okay, let me figure out math. So if we start 20, 30, 40, 50, 50, so go to 50, right? That's right, yeah, 50. Okay. Isn't it great that I teach kids math? Yeah. Mental math has never been a strength for me. I'm getting better as I teach math more and more, but mental math, even as a kid, like it was never my strength. Please don't judge. Yeah, I know it's embarrassing. Okay. All right. So happy reading, everyone. I hope all your reading goes as planned, and then any other things you need to do go as planned. And I'll see you back here at 50. Yeah, I know. I'm embarrassing. Okay. Happy reading. Welcome back, everyone. How did your reading go? Mine is still going really well. I probably didn't read a ton of pages. I haven't been paying attention each sprint how many pages I've been reading. But that being said, really, really enjoying this book. Still. I mean, obviously still, but very excited to be reading. Like, I'm just like, ooh, very excited to be reading this. And yeah, not feeling like I want to put it down, which is great. Great news. How's everybody else going, though? Made it to page 20. Awesome. Probably about how many pages I've been reading. Trying to see. I think I read about 7% of The Long Way to a Small Anchor Planet. Oh! Is that what? So that's what you picked up since you finished cooking and cleaning? A Long Way to a Small Angry Planet. That's one that's been on my TBR for a while, my physical TBR. I assume that I will love it. Made it to page 296, so close to finishing. How many pages in that one, Diana? What were you reading again? Don't tell me, I can find it. Yeah, the Riley Sager one. That's right. That's right. Middle of the night. Has he started doing all the twists and turns that he normally loves to do? Because Riley Sager loves those twists and turns. Reading on my Kindle, so no idea about pages. Yeah, I totally get that. Hello, welcome. Glad you're joining us. My husband has had lots of things to say to me, so what? You're so close, though. I'm glad he had a lot to share with you, but at the same time, doesn't he realize how close you are to finishing your book? Unbelievable. I'm almost halfway through and loving it. It reminds me of the show Firefly. Yeah, that's a great show. I need to go back and watch that again. I haven't seen that show in a while. But that would be a fun book to read if it's like the show, or a fun series to read if it's like the show Firefly. Okay, 365. So yes, he does. He loves those twists and turns up until the very end. That Riley Sager loves his twists and turns. Although he did not take my hands. Just tell him like tonight is a night for finishing your book. Sorry. I mean, I'm sure it was wonderful to, yeah, Diana, sorry for you too. I'm sure it was wonderful to hear all the wonderful things your husband had to say. But unacceptable. During the next sprint, he better leave you alone so that you can finish your 9 minutes. Oh my gosh, 9 minutes. That's annoying. So I'm curious how everyone's Pickpongathon, if you are doing Pickpongathon. I mean, if you're not, that's fine too. So how your Pickpongathon's going in the sense that, like, have you read any amazing books this month yet? What's the best book you've read so far for Pickpongathon? Or if you're not doing Pickpongathon, what's the best book you've read so far this month? I'd love to hear what you're loving at the moment, because I don't know. I just haven't been having a lot of amazing luck with my reading this month, and last month also. Just hasn't been the best reading month for me. I just finished Me by Elton John, and I really loved that. So at least I can say that I I have at least one really good book, one 5-star this month. I'm expecting this to be a 5-star. I'm really expecting this to be a 5-star at this point. And then like I said, I'm listening to Lady Hardcastle book number 4, and I hadn't given the only book in, so like I really loved her books from the beginning, or those books, T.E. Kinsey's books from the beginning, but I only gave the third book a 5-star. So it'll be interesting to see if I give this one, now that I love these characters so much, if I give this one that I'm currently reading a 5-star. Did I give anything else 5 stars this month? Let's see. My computer's going slow, yo. I did like Slewfoot, but I didn't give it a 5-star. A Curious Beginning by Veronica Speedwell. So I would have thought I would have given that 5-star, and I really did love it. but I gave it a 4.75 or something ridiculous like that, just because it didn't quite hit. You know what the feeling when you get a 5-star read. Didn't quite hit a 5-star. Let's see. Hi Jenny, just joining, reading Cozy Mystery in the Murder in the Margins. That sounds like some bookish, like it's a bookish one. My two faves 5 stars have been The Spell Shop. Oh, that one looks, I think, is it the one I'm thinking of? That one looks really pretty, right? By Sarah Beth Durst, and Out on a Limb by Hannah Bonham Young. Oh, I've never heard of that one. Let me look up The Spell Shop. Is that the one that I just heard about recently? Yes. It's a pretty cover, too. That one. Oop, 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 there we go. That one sounds really cool. I have it on my want to read now. Sounds really good, but it doesn't come out. Oh, it just came. Did it just come out? It doesn't come out yet, right? Oh, it did. It came out July 9th. Okay. Brand new one. And Out on a Limb. Out on a Limb. Oh, it looks like contemporary romance. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad. And it got really good reviews too. Okay. Awesome. This is my 4th, and apart from from that, I'd say Silver in the Moon. Short but beautiful, easy 5 stars. Silver in the Moon, that sounds pretty. I trust when you say something, not saying that I don't trust anybody else, but Manny and I have very similar reading taste, I have found. So, like, anytime Manny says anything, I'm like, oh, I'm sure that I'll probably like it too. Oh, this is the one with the face that's like a tree. Oh, the lighting is so bad. There's no way, right? Yeah, right? No, I'm not going to show it. How many pages is that? You said it's short? Oh, 112 pages. Yeah, I think that's the same one. I've had 3 5-star books this month. Nice. You've Reached Sam had me bawling. Oh, love sad books, but it's also rough. Falling Embers by Romeo Alexander was fantastic and somewhat smutty. Yeah, I like that. And Unfurl by Elodie Hard was 5 spice. Oh, 5 spice, so it was like super spicy. That's fantastic. Good. It sounds like you've been having a fun month, Carrie. A little late, but I finished my book. Awesome, Brenna. Congratulations. I'm trying to hear what how your Pickpongathon's been going this month. Like, what's been your favorite book that you've read this month so far? And you love the Spell Shop. Spell Shop is on my list. I'm so glad to hear it's good. Yeah, I've heard other people say it's really good. It has a sentient spider plant companion. That was one of the things I heard. I'm like, it's perfect. A spider plant that is a pet in a sense. I think that's fantastic. Or a companion. A lot of 4 stars, so been a great readathon. Good. I'm glad to hear that, as opposed to it's better to have a whole bunch of 4 stars and no 5 stars than like 1 5-star and then all 2 stars. My 2 5 stars are the March series. Oh, and Poet X. I do love Poet X. I think that is such a great that was a 5-star for me also. I think Erasure will also be 5 stars. Oh, good. That's one I put on my want to read at this point. 2 DNFs. Oh no. But you're pretty good about DNFing, right, Crystal? Which is good. That's a good habit to have. I'm getting better, but I'm not great at it. Um, not as like I'm usually like, oh, some books have redeemed themselves for me, so I've always like, you never know. But at the same time, there are definitely books where you're just like, why am I bothering? Because I'm not enjoying this at all, and I have so many books I'd rather be reading. 3 5 stars and 1 4.5. So that's good. That's really, really good. 3 5 stars is a lot, and a 4.5 is as close to 5 stars as you need to get. Oh, sounds like everybody's doing a really good job with their reading this month. Certainly become more harsh lately. Yeah, I mean, who has time, right? Who has time? I certainly have been a little more, especially when it comes to audiobooks, I've been a lot more likely to DNF right away. And sometimes that's a soft DNF because I'm like, I think I'll still like the book, but I'd rather listen to it physically. So I'm a lot more quick to just, nope, not going to work for me. Nope, not going to work for me because I have so many books I need to read. That was my mom screaming. One DNF today. Yeah, that's good. It's good that you're not wasting your time on it, Carrie. Just about to drive to visit my mom. So good luck, everyone. With yay! Thank you, Crystal. Have a safe drive, and hope your mom's doing well. Life is too short to read a book you aren't enjoying. I agree. I totally agree. And especially when it's a book where the reading is difficult. Like I feel like some writing lends itself well to some people over others. I will find that a book, the writing style, I'm just not getting into it, and I'm just not enjoying it, and it makes my reading go a lot longer. And if I'm not interested in the story at all, and the writing is causing me so much pain, then I feel like, why am I wasting my time on this? Because this is clearly not written for me, for my taste. And I'm trying to get better at, don't need to do that, because there are so many books that I know I will love. So why waste your time on books that or at least you can tell you're not going to love? My toxic trait is leaving books I'm currently reading on Goodreads, even though I haven't touched them for months. Yeah, let's see how many I have on mine. Currently reading 9 books. I am currently reading Wuthering Heights, which I started in June, Goldfinch, which I started a long time ago, and I was loving it, but then I started rereading it because it had been a while since I had reread it, and then I just didn't have time to pick it up again. So that's on there. One of my nonfiction, Galileo's Daughter, from June. One of the ones on here is it's short novels by John Steinbeck. I only planned on reading one story from that, so I'm leaving it on my currently reading, but at the same time, I don't plan on reading more stories from that right now. So that's tough. You're Invited, which is my TBR game book that I haven't been able to get back to. I mean, I have been able to get back to it, but I haven't felt like getting back to it. Yeah, and then a few others. The Shell Collector, I read part of a story from that short story collection. The Jade Setter of Janloon, that's the final 0.5 book that I need to read for the Greenbone Saga, and because it doesn't work for Pickpongathon, I've put it to the side. But it's so short. It's such a short audiobook. But I have no, I gotta get points for my team. So yeah, that's a trait that I share with you, Manny, because I definitely start books, and then because I get too busy, or because I'm the kind of person who starts a lot of books at once, I don't get all my books done. And that doesn't feel good. So that's why this month especially I've been trying to like read one book at a time. I mean, obviously I'm reading an audiobook and a physical book, but I'm not allowing myself right now to start multiple books. I have to finish a book, and that's hard because there's been a few books this month physically that I'm like, oh, I just want to read something else right now. So I want to put it down and not read it at the time and pick something else up and start something new. But I'm like, nope, you can't start anything else until you finish that book. It's really painful. I just finished book 12. Pretty good reading so far. Oh, wait, what were you saying, Brenna? Because I've already lost. Oh, yeah. Book 12. Oh, you just finished book 12 for the Pickpongathon. I love it. Especially because you're on my team. Pretty good reading so far. I read 2 Veronica Speedwell books this month. Yeah. Did you start it this month? I really love it. It's just, I'm very excited to continue on with that series. I don't have plans to read the next book in the series anytime soon, but that's one of those ones where I can tell that I'm just, anytime I need a break from some of the reading I'm doing, I will definitely pick up Veronica Speedwell because it is just so fun and it's exciting and it's fast paced and it's just so good. 1 5-star, 2 4-stars, and a 2-star. Okay, 1 2-star is not bad. 1 5-star is good. 2 4-stars. That sounds like a pretty good, not so bad. Sounds like your reading's going all right. Minus that 2-star, but they happen, right? Yeah. Oh wait, you're same as in like you started. You have the Goldfinch on your want to read list. Started the Parasol Protectorate series this month. Yeah, I believe Solus was either a 5-star or 4.5 for me. Then I read Changeless. Oh yes, Jenny. Yes, yes. That was my same experience. I gave Solus a really high rating, but I was so pissed at Changeless, and it has made it so like I know I will continue on in the series, but I'm so frustrated that I'm like, will I continue on in that series? Which bothered me because I really loved the first one. What did I give Solus? Oh, I'm so glad that you said that. And somebody else said that as well. I'm so glad you said that though, Jenny, because that was my same exact experience. Solus. I gave it I think it was a 4.5 stars. My computer is just taking its sweet time. Yeah, 4.5 stars. And then the second book just had me so angry, and I can't tell anybody why because it's spoilery. But yeah. Mm-hmm. I have 2 books left to finish for my original 9 prompts. Awesome. Yeah. I'm definitely like not like the overachievers in my team. Even though I'm a co-host, I just can't read that quickly. So, I haven't. I think this is book. What did I finish so far? 4, 5, and then my audiobook is 6. No, that's not right, is it? Oh, let me just look at my little thing. That's smart. So I finished 5. Okay, I finished 5 out of the 9, and I'm on my 6th is this, and my 7th is my audiobook. So, everybody, I may be able to squeeze a few crystal prompts in the, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm hoping I'll be able to get these ones done. Although I do need to read this chunky book. I am going to read this. I'm very excited. And I also want to read Get a Life, Chloe Brown. So that's another book that I'm planning on reading this month. I just don't know how much more I'll be able to get done, although this is going really quickly. So I have a feeling I'm going to get this one done pretty quick. Yeah, I'm pretty far along, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. But this is over 400 pages, so this one will take a bit of a time, although I'm just so excited about it. So hopefully it doesn't take too long. I can make progress. I've been a bit slow reading this month. Yeah, me too. I've been just a little down. I've been a little down this month. No, I started in May or June. I just finished book 6 yesterday. Okay. Got it. That's great. That is awesome. No, sorry. I also have 9 books currently reading. Oh, I see. I'm still invested in you finishing the college. I don't remember what you felt about it, but I really liked what I had read so far. So I'll have to go back and watch your. Well, I'll watch your review once I finished reading Goldfinch. And I may have watched it already, and I don't remember. A lot of things leave this head of mine. Hi, Leanna. I've been listening to A Snake Falls to Earth by Darcy Little Badger. I still need to read Lots Away. That's still sitting on my shelf. I'm going to switch over to a different book for the evening. What are you going to switch over to? I'm the host and I'm only Yeah. I know what that's like. And I also know that I'm just not the quickest of readers in general. But yeah, this month has been a little hard. Getting into books has been, well, last month and this month. My drive to read has been a little slow. I've been reading consistently, but it's been taking me longer because I'm like, and I feel like I haven't had a ton of books aside from like the first A Curious Beginning by the Veronica Speedwell book, and some other books that I've been enjoying, like audiobooks. I feel like a lot of my physical books haven't been my favorite reads recently. Just not, it's not as exciting for me right now as I would have hoped. Makes you feel any better, there's usually only 5 to 10 prompts on my Pickpong TBR each month. I know, I know. I'm so blown away at how well, like when I go and look at our team chat, and I'm sure it's the same for the other chats as well. When I go and look and see how people are doing, and they're just smashing it. I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed. Y'all are, and then like I don't feel bad per se, but you almost feel like everybody's working so hard and I want to try and make sure that I'm contributing enough as well. So I totally get that. Yeah. Um, Everybody is doing fantastically. It's incredible. And it's fun. Like the activity, Chrisley, you've done a great job because the activity on the Discord, I just love going in, and even if I don't say a ton of things on there, I'm looking and seeing what everybody says. I do participate in my team chat a bit, but not nearly as much as everybody else is. And I'm just loving seeing all the activity. Everybody's really into it this month, and that's really fun. It makes it exciting too. It makes you really want to keep pushing. And then, of course, we've got the weekly check-ins and the possibility for punishments or rewards, and that's exciting too because it keeps you on your toes. Sam, I still have 3 books for the team prompts. Not sure if I'll even get those done. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. It's a lot of reading. It's a lot of reading. It's a lot of reading, and in August, I mean, if you're working, it's a hard time to get a lot of reading done. The last week of August, I don't know if I'll be working or not. I may be subbing, but then it wouldn't be the full week um, because it's three days are teacher prep days, and then there's 2 school days, and I don't know how many teachers are actually going to need subs for their first 2 days of school. I have applied for more jobs, but there's a lot of people in this area who are teachers. There's just too many teachers in this area, and I'm sure there are other people who are more qualified than I am applying for these same jobs. But I did apply for a PE teaching position, which I was like, I mean, I don't have the endorsement, but I had to take a PE, elementary PE class when I was in college, where I was at Western, and it was so much fun. And I've subbed for PE teachers before, and I can see where some of the teachers have gotten a little lazy. I didn't say that out loud, did I? I'm like, I could really enjoy being a PE teacher if that's the only way in right now. I just want to get my foot in the door of one of there's a district I'd prefer to get my foot in the door with, but I just need a job right now. And subbing different class every day, I will do it. I will do it, but it's not my favorite thing. Probably this weird horror called Cecilia by K. Ming Chang. It's a book that, sorry, too excited, now I'm breathing heavy. It is a book that I found when searching for short books that would fit all 3 bonus prompts. Oh, that's perfect. And I've noticed that, Leanne. I've noticed you've been very clever, very, very clever about how you've been picking your prompts. And I've been able to get like at least 1 bonus on a good portion of my prompts, but like not all 3. So I'm very impressed that you've been able to do that. I was stubborn and just kept reading. So I didn't. No, yeah. What are you gonna read next? What are your options? What are your options? What are you thinking? Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I could see it getting a little repetitive. Luckily, I would be teaching Promise K through 5th grade, so I'd have different age levels, and I've learned so many. Obviously, you have to go with the curriculum for the units for the different um, throughout the school year, but you get to be creative with the warm up activities and the different games and stuff you can play. And I have learned so many, and there are so many more that would be fun to do and to play and teach the kids. And I'm a big fan of dancing and singing, so I mean, I'm sure if singing obviously is not very PE-ish, but like dancing as a warm up or doing different kind of things like that would be fun too. So like that's where I think one of the things I noticed in the classes that I subbed for was just that the teacher would just do the same thing every single day. Like even the warm-ups, there was nothing really unique and fun, and the kids weren't enjoying it. And I was like, but you're in elementary. PE should be fun in elementary. I mean, I know that you're learning skills that are important, but it was just a little like, wasn't as fun to sub that class because of how the kids didn't enjoy it that much because it was just really repetitive. I love a challenge to use strategy and efficiency. Say you're a nerd without saying you're a nerd. I love that. I taught K through 5. I was in the gym for 8 years. Oh, that is really cool. That is awesome. Okay, that's really exciting. That's fun. So 5 questions, Brenna. If I end up getting the PE teaching position, then I'll come to you. I also applied for a 2nd grade teaching position, which would be fun. 2nd grade would be a lot of fun, especially for my first year. It's in a district that I'm not as excited about, and it's a bit more of a commute. But, like I said, experience and foot in the door. And the district I want to be in, I have applied for 3 pools. So just, if something comes up like leave replacement or middle school, and they're just not doing anything right now. And I've been told by somebody that maybe the week before, which is next week, school starts, they'll start reaching out to people, or the week of school starting, or the week after school starting. And I'm like, that's not, that's not a pleasant thought. But, whatever happens, happens. And I'm prepared to sub so that I won't feel depressed or bummed, trying not to feel disappointed. But yeah, anyways, that's my situation right now. I think it's been affecting my mood lately. So I'm really trying hard not to let it affect me too much and not let it and just be okay with what happens. Thank you, Manny. Thank you. 2nd grade is my favorite grade to teach. I teach pre-K. Yeah, I subbed quite a bit, not quite a bit, several times we call it Promise K here, but I subbed for the pre-K several times at the school that I was at. And the only good thing, not the only good thing, it was great. The kids were so cute. They were so sweet. It was hard. And so I really think you're amazing, Kellyanne, because it was hard. The nice thing about it was that it was only 12 kids in the class, and we had like 3 or 4 paras because we had kids who needed one-on-ones. And so there was always some support around, which was very needed. It was hard though. And I had somebody tell me like, oh, you're good at this age level. And I was like, but I don't want to teach it because it takes special people to teach Promise K in kindergarten. Kindergarten's not my favorite grade either. I mean, it's just hard. And I really, really think people who have the patience and can do it every single day, day after day, are amazing. They're amazing. I don't know if I'm that person. But 2nd grade is a great grade. I really liked subbing 2nd grade this year. They're a lot of fun. They're at an age where you can do a lot of really fun things with them because their levels are getting higher as far as what they're understanding, what they're able to do. But they're just at that age where they just want to please you and have fun with you, and they're not embarrassed by things. Whereas I feel like 3rd grade is a weird transition grade. And my favorite's actually 5th grade. I really love 5th grade. So I'm usually at the older ends of the elementary, but I would love to teach 2nd grade. I think I would have a blast teaching 2nd graders. Okay, should we do another sprint? Now that I'm just, don't get teachers talking about teacher stuff because that's all they'll do. That's all I'll do. I'm like, I'm probably not very interesting to any of my friends anymore because that's all I talk about. Okay, so let's find out what our next sprint is going to be. It's not showing the number. Oh, it's the same, 35. Okay, well, we're sticking with what we know. It's working for us over here. Okay, let's go 55. Okay, so we'll go to 55, right? That's right. 30, 40, 55, yeah. We've been sticking in the 50s lately. That's why most of my friends are teachers. We should. We'd actually be interested in each other and be willing to listen to all the stuff we have to say. Okay, 55. Yes, perfect. Thank you for it's my mental math is really not that bad, but like when you're on here and you're like thinking of 20 million things and you're trying to pay attention to things, it's a lot harder for your brain to like grasp things. Okay, so let's go with 55. And I hope everyone makes amazing progress, and I can't wait to hear what Jenny is going to be reading the sprint when we come back from the next one. So, and everybody else, of course, I want to hear your progress. But good luck, happy reading, and we'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone. How was your reading? I'm on page 100, so I'm making good progress. This is a very successful reading sprint for me right now, and feeling pretty good about that because I'm not the best at reading sprints. But yeah, how's your reading going? Excuse me. Let's see. Jen had to head off. Margaret's here. Hello. Nice to see you. Happy Sunday. Let's see. On my dinner break from editing. How is editing going? And congratulations on 4 years on BookTube. That's super, super exciting. Yeah, that's awesome. Awesome. I mean, I just had my 4 years, so very fun to be still working at it and still have the motivation and the desire to continue doing BookTube slash Margaret is AuthorTube as well, because Margaret's an author. Hello, will you be going much longer? I will definitely be going at least one more sprint, if not two more. I'm doing pretty well. I'm still awake. I'm here. I'm still feeling it. I'm doing all right. Okay, Jenny's reading Black Butterflies by Priscilla Morris. 14 pages. Okay, where's my phone? Let's find out what black. Ooh, that's hard for me to say because of the two B's. Black Butterflies. I'm looking it up. And then all of a sudden I had a text from someone I haven't talked to in a while. So I was like, oh, look, she texted me. Butterflies. Ooh, okay. That's a pretty. Hey, I have it on my want to read list. How did I get that on my want to read list? Was it because of you, Jenny? You talked about it somewhere at some point, and then I put it on my want to read list? Huh. That's funny. I don't remember it, but I guess I want to read it. Oh, there goes my phone. Come here. Sorry. Okay. Reading a romance while spearing salad is quite an accomplishment. Congratulations, practical. I have a hard time reading while I'm eating. Nope, eating while I'm reading. I typically will stop what I'm reading to eat. But I know a lot of people are very successful at it. For some reason, it doesn't. I'm just afraid I'm going to get my book dirty or messy or have food on it. So I just usually take a break. But I'm very impressed, and it should be an Olympic event. Started Lady of Darkness, indie fantasy romance. Awesome. First 35 pages, great. Great start. On page 134, took a break to make dinner and clean the litter. Oh, I'm glad that litter box got cleaned. It'll make the rest of the week go well for you, Kelly. What'd you have for dinner? Anything good? I don't want to jinx it. Oh, so the editing is going. Yeah. Yeah. My desire to edit lately has been, actually it's been okay, but I'm I'm getting, I kind of made this, I did my whole June of 30 days of vlogging, which went great. July's vlogging wasn't as great, but I at least got all those videos done and edited and put out there. I'm starting to lose now here in August. I'm starting to lose my momentum with vlogging. Sorry, there's kids running by, and at first I was afraid that something bad was happening, but they're just having fun. And I got distracted. Okay. But yeah, in August here, I'm starting to lose my momentum with daily vlogging. And I'm not putting out vlogs for each day, but like I'm trying to vlog my process of Pickpongathon, and I'm just getting a little tired. Read another 7%, which is a whole chapter. Awesome. There's a nice balance of short and long chapters. Oh, good. Yeah, I'm trying to think if this one has, I don't even recognize whether or not this one has short or long chapters. I guess they're kind of short, but I'm so into it that I don't think the chapter length would matter because I'm not even paying attention to that. It goes by quick. Yep. 4 years. It went by very, very quickly. I started during COVID. I read 60 pages of the one. Ooh, awesome, Abby. I'm still very curious about that book. I know a lot of people have read it, and I know it's not a newer book, but I do think that I might actually enjoy that one. One of these days I will get to it. Oh yay, I'm reading Assistant. Oh, that one looks fun. Assistant to the Villain, hopefully playing some Stardew Valley. I have never played Stardew Valley, but I've heard great things. I've heard it's really fun and relaxing and cozy. Has a kitty too? Wait, what? Oh yeah. A kitty gets the kitty litter box. Yep. Let's see. Haha. It's from the 2023 Women's Book. Oh, Women's Prize long list. Yeah, I'm sure you talked about it. And then of course I do, even though I don't actually read the books, I would like to read the books from the different prize, like Women's Prize or Booker. I don't actually get to them ever, but I do love hearing content about the different prizes. So, like, Jenny, you talk about the Women's Prize a lot, and then I do follow a few other booktubers that talk about the Women's Prize quite a bit. And so I love hearing different, and then, like, one of these days I'll actually read those books. Yes, two dogs and oh, awesome, awesome, two dogs and two cats. That's really cool. You got a whole menagerie over there. Read about 20 pages. Nice. Might be able to finish the novella with another. Nice. That's good progress, Leanna. I feel like I had a gold medal in reading and eating as a teen. Not so much now. I don't know why I have a hard time with it, but I do. I notice every time I'm eating something, I will stop reading and just watch. Well, I probably should be just enjoying the company of the people around me or myself, but then I start watching YouTube videos usually because I have got to a point where I have a thing against for myself eating and reading at the same time. Baked potato with leftover chicken and arugula. Ooh, that sounds really good. I do like arugula. It adds a lot of flavor. That sounds real. Baked chicken, baked potato. So did you put the leftover chicken and the arugula on the baked potato? Imagine that with pesto on it. That sounds really good. Margaret thinks so too. I'm doomed to disappoint with any heirloom tomatoes these days. Twice the cost, same taste. Doomed to disappointment with any. Yeah, it was really sad for me, Margaret, going back to California and eating fruit there because I'm already not a fruit person. Like, I'm a vegetable person. I'm not necessarily a fruit person, and I eat fruit because you're supposed to, not necessarily because I want to. But in California, where I'm from California originally, the fruit actually tastes so amazing that I love the fruit there that it makes coming back to Washington and eating any fruit here pretty much a disappointment because it doesn't taste great. It doesn't taste great. I mean, the stuff that's local, like the blackberries and the blueberries that we grow locally is good, but like the pears and not pears. What am I saying that for? Peaches and the nectarines and the like, I had cantaloupe in California that was like amazing, and I'm not a cantaloupe person, but any fruit in California is from California. It's not being held over for a long time. It's all very local, and so it's so delicious. It's so delicious. So delicious. It has so much flavor. I'm sorry about the heirloom tomatoes. That's a bummer. I'm reading the nonfiction manual, How to Catch a Duke. Wait, the nonfiction manual, How to Catch a Duke? What is this? What is this? Are you reading? How to Catch. It's a manual? Is this a joke? It's got to be a joke. No, that's not a. Are you talking about? Is that a joke? It was sarcasm. I'm like, that's the Grace Burroughs series, right? Because I know that you had given me one of the books from that series. So I'm apparently a little slow on the uptake. That is too funny. So, now, are you prepared to catch a duke? Are you going to be an expert at this? I'll be curious to hear your journey. Is that going to be something you include on your channel? We added some barbecue sauce. Ooh, but pesto. Yeah, that all sounds really good. I think I'm getting hungry. I must be getting hungry. Lucky it's lunchtime here. This conversation. I know, seriously. I know. I'm like, oh dear. Jealous for everyone's food. I can only have clearly. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, you poor thing, Jenny. I had my gallbladder removed, and it is such bad pain. That when you have a blockage, a gallbladder blockage, it is horrible pain. I'm sorry you had to go through that, and I'm glad that they got it taken care of, and that you're getting better. And clear liquid sucks, but at least you're healing. And emergency means that it was in pretty bad shape. Did you have bilirubin pouring into your system because it was so badly blocked? Because that's what I had. They didn't catch it for a long time. They thought I just had gas. And I got to the point where my bilirubin in my system was actually pouring into my body, and so I ended up getting appendicitis, and they couldn't do the actual surgery until everything healed enough. Like my appendix went, not appendix, not appendicitis. No. What was it? What did I get? No, not my gallbladder. Remember, it affected my.
Oh, that little thing next to it.
There's another organ in there, not appendicitis. There's another organ in there that it affected. Was it my kidney? No. I can't remember now. But couldn't do anything until that went down. So I'm sorry, Jenny, because that really sucks. Yeah, those veggies, they're pretty good. Disappointing food is disappointing, capital. Yeah, I know. It's such a bummer, too, because I'm like, well, so that, just shows me that we really need to work on having a garden. Oh, I do have amazing melon and peaches from, oh. Well, you're a little further south than I am, so you have better fruits. Hi, Erin. How's it going? Only 129 pages in, so we'll see. Okay, I'm really hoping you have good luck with your Duke hunt. Abdominal pain is no joke. Hope you can have food soon. Agreed. They told me that it was on the verge of rupturing. That is horrifying. Leanna, what would I do without you? Honestly, what would I ever do without you? You save me like 90% of the time. Thank you, Leanna. Pancreatitis, that's what I had. Yes, Brenda, pancreas. Yeah, not my liver, was my pancreas. It was so bad that, yeah, I was in school. I was in high school. I was in school, and it was like the calm before the storm, because I had been so sick for a while that I was like laying on top of my desk, and the teachers would just leave me alone. But then it was getting better, and I'm like, I feel better today. And the hospital called Mom and said, we need to put her in the hospital now. So I was like, but I'm feeling better. No, you're going to the hospital today. And they just told me it was gas and gave me medicine for gas. Yep, didn't know. My gallbladder yoink was also emergency, but the hospital was operating with a skeleton crew at the time, so I kept getting bumped and spent almost a week on nil. Oh, that is horrible. Yeah, that's horrible. Yeah, that's just, and it's pain. It's really bad pain. It is. I remember when I first knew I had a problem. It was Thanksgiving. I was sitting there talking to my cousin, and I felt like this painful warmth just spread in my abdomen, and it went wrapped around to the back. It was like instantaneous. And I told my cousin who I was talking to, I was like, Erin, I think I need to go to the hospital. We were just talking about stuff, and I'm like, I think I need to go to the hospital. Yeah. And the Duke hunt is on. Yes. I can't wait to find out. Kidneys, LOL. Name that organ game. No, pancreatitis was right. Yeah, it's shocking how bad that pain is. Like, in retrospect, I'm like, how was I enduring that? But I've definitely been hearing a bunch of people who have had theirs removed. It's very painful. It's incredibly painful. And it's interesting that you said that it's even more painful than childbirth. So, gosh, that's horrible. Love to live in a city built on a floodplain and have medical emergency. Yeah, that is not the way to do it. Not the way to do it. I'm so sorry. Where's that? Yeah. Yep. Sorry, Erin. That's horrible. So, were they able to keep you out of some of the pain during that time? Like, because, oh boy, I get done with pain just like that for my ovaries. Oh, that's awful for your ovaries. That's bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a horrible, horrible pain. Also had my gallbladder removed as an emergency. They said that it was so full of stones it looked ready to. Jeez, that bad? Do we not do enough like preventative care for gallbladders? Maybe people don't look at gallbladders and say like, oh, maybe you should have your gallbladder checked. Like, how do you? I guess you. How do you know until you actually have pain in it? Hmm. It was during the 2011 floods. Also, oh, your birthday. Gosh, Erin. And Margaret agrees. What luck you have. Oh my gosh, that's horrible. Ugh. Well, I'd say it makes my gallbladder hurt just hearing about it, but I don't have one anymore, so. Is that too soon, Jenny? I'm sorry. Um, wow. That's, yeah. What, what is the traditional need for gallbladder? I mean, I know we don't use them as much, like they're not as highly used anymore, but it does help you in some form of digestion, right? I can't remember. Why are they important? Because they're not too important. We're able to take them out with no problems. When it rains, it pours. Yeah, literally. They were able to take the edge off after a couple of days, but I got on the docket for the emergency surgery because I had uncontrolled. Oh, so then it must have been really bad, like also about to rupture. It does sometimes with something with bile. Yeah, right. It does. Stones and concentrates stores and concentrates bile from the liver. Okay. The gallbladder stores bile to make digestion of fat easier and more efficient. So that's why they say that you shouldn't. Although, it's funny, when I got my gallbladder removed, they didn't tell me I couldn't eat anything. There were no restrictions on what I could eat in the future. I know nowadays they tell a lot of people don't eat a lot of fats, high fat food, don't eat a lot of this once you've had your gallbladder removed. When I was young and had my gallbladder removed, there were no restrictions. They didn't tell me anything I shouldn't be eating. I'm trying to think if I have reactions to food. I do have stomach problems now, but it's spicy food and it's alcohol, especially beer and wine, mostly beer. So it's not actually like fatty foods that my stomach has issues with these days. I think it's for digestion. The bile breaks the food down. Okay. So, but more like fatty foods then, I'm guessing. The liver produces bile, so the gallbladder isn't absolutely necessary, but it's why you have digestive issues when you eat a high-fat meal if you don't have a gallbladder. Yeah, and that's what those high fat doesn't affect me. I don't think. Maybe I should pay more attention to that. But I know my biggest problems are spicy and alcohol. Yeah, they didn't actually tell me I couldn't have anything, just said take it easy the first few weeks. Interesting. Okay, because I've heard other people say that, they're not supposed to eat a high fat or like high fat things, greasy foods. Um, my mom had problems with iceberg lettuce. Really? Iceberg lettuce? That's interesting. I wonder why. Because that's not fatty at all. I love how we're all crowdsourcing knowledge about how our bodies work. It's fun. There is a test that requires drinking a contrast dye, and then they use an IV to give you some kind of formula that gets the gallbladder to release. Oh, checks for the rate of discharge. So, but you wouldn't actually do that test unless you were having gallbladder problems or felt like you were having issues, right? So, I mean, it's not something that he thinks it's funny. It's not something you'd actually test unless you thought there might be issues with your gallbladder, right? That's not something that's actually happening regularly, is it? I mean, like preventatively. We just don't do much preventative care here in the US, at least. My mom can eat most things, but my auntie can't have pork of any kind. So it's like, who knows what you'll be able to eat after. I guess that's true. It depends on your body, right? I had that done and it showed my gallbladder was low functioning. Then a year later, I had to have it removed because, oh, interesting. Okay. Huh. I was really young when I had my gallbladder removed, so I don't think that was in the cards. I had obsessively avoided fatty foods prior to having my gallbladder out because both my mom and her mom had gallstones. Found out years later that restrictive dieting also leads to gall. Interesting. I did a lot of dieting in my younger years. I did a lot of dieting. We tried everything. That was back in the 80s when you did all these different types of diets. Even in my high school years, and I did all kinds of different diets because that was the time to do all those diets. Every single diet that came out was fad diets and stuff. We did all that stuff. The 80s was a very toxic time. Although, yeah, it's just sort of figured out crapshoot from what I've heard. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's like, oops, your gallbladder's done now. Yeah. Yep. Oops, wait. Right, you have to have a reason to get. Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I figured. Yeah, poor Aaron can't win. I'm sorry. You can't win. Yeah. Nope. Pregnancy is hell on your gall. Oh, interesting. Hmm. Yeah. I didn't know that. I mean, doesn't like it take all the nutrients out of your body, just sucks them all out anyways? I did know diet. That's probably better for your body because I have a feeling all those wildly restrictive diets. I mean, we did like the fruit diet where you like I stopped eating pineapple for like 10 to 12 years after doing that diet because there was one day on that where you eat only pineapple for a whole day and the mouth sores I had after eating pineapple for a whole day, that was all you could eat that day was pineapple. And I was so excited about it at first, but it was so awful. There's so much acidity in pineapple that I literally stopped eating pineapple for 10, 12 years. It was horrible. Honestly, healthy stuff is BS. It's like, go away, give me good health. I know. I know. Yeah. And I'm very like I just won't do that stuff anymore because it's so dangerous and or at least, that stuff that I did in the 80s. And it's just, you get tired of it. You get tired of it. There's better ways of doing it. Same. And then just like, I just want to eat healthy. I just want to eat better for my body. And, unfortunately, I have a lot of habits that I've, gotten comfortable with over the years. I gave up quite young on trying to reach any sort of societal standards. That's smart. That is very smart. And it took me a lot more years than that to get to that point. I know. I know. It is. It's really good. Oh well, yeah, I've had terrible chemical burns because of the pineapple. It's so dangerous. It's so pineapple is so good, but you can't eat too much of it because it just will burn the heck out of you. Speaking of the 80s, guess who just had MK's Earth Song on loop as oh, because I had to loop up if What About was used in 1830. What? What about? You mean the term what about? Guess who just had MK's Earth Song on loop as a work song? Really? It's for your writing? Yeah, okay. I love that. That's great. Okay, I figured that as much. Uh, and the answer is though, what'd you find out? Can you use what about? Pineapple tears me as a diabetic. Oh, I don't blame you. Yeah, it's yeah, it wants to digest you. That's a great way of putting it. Yes, yes, that's exactly what it's doing. If I could use that in my, oh yeah, 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 sorry. LOL. Yeah. What about does sound quite modern, does it? Yes, I can. It's from the, what? Really? Huh. The 1300s. That's incredible. I love Margaret's stories about research. This is so exciting. I love learning new things. And get to live vicariously through you because I don't think I'd have the patience to try and figure all that stuff out. All right, are we ready for another sprint? Like Tiffany. Sounds totally modern, but it isn't. Yeah, exactly. Wait, Tiffany's not modern? Like the name Tiffany's not modern? Has that been around forever? 162. Oh, 1662. Got it, got it. Okay. So it's from 1662. Nope, it's been around for really. Tiffany is from the middle. Huh. It just that sounds very modern. Tiffany does not sound like, you know, middle age name, Middle Ages name. No, it's not. Tiffany is super old. Really? And people just said, "Hey, Tiffany," then came back. That's a surprising one. Huh. Hmm. Fascinating. Yeah, it's fascinating. I totally agree. I I love learning about the history of etymology and just language in general and figuring out where things came from, how they came to be. Yes. Oh, that's fantastic. I'm just loving this conversation. This is so cool. Tiffany, I now I want to read a book or something where the name Tiffany is used that was set like in the because it just doesn't, it would sound strange. It would sound strange to me because it doesn't seem like something that would be used during that time. It would be like, wait, was this like time traveler? Yes, yes. Such cool people here. We got such amazing people here. We're so awesome. And modest, of course. All right, let's find out what we're going to be doing next for our sprint. Okay. And oh, I thought it was going to be 35 again for the third time in a row. It is 30 minutes. 55 again. How funny. We're just sticking around 50 or 55. Okay. Exactly. It's one of those things that writers can't use because it sounds so modern that readers won't believe it. Oh, so writers won't actually use like from people who are writing from that era or earlier eras won't use the name Tiff. I mean, that makes sense because it's certainly one of those names that doesn't sound like all the other names from that time. Although now I got to go back and like figure out what kind of names were common in the 1100s, in because that 1100s, right? I can't imagine what names were used in 1100s like off the top of my head. So now I'm like thinking maybe compared to all the other names of that time, Tiffany would sound pretty normal. And was it one of those names where it could be man or woman used it? Hmm. Very curious about Tiffany now. I'm gonna do some research on the name. Huh. Thank you for enlightening me, everyone. This is so fun. Like how sound effects people give a metallic sound when brandishing a sword from a leather sheath. People just expect it. Oh, yeah, that's right. But it wouldn't sound that way from a leather sheath, right? It would sound like a like I can't make a leather sound with my mouth. Would it make a ringing sound like the metal, like a ring, like a light ringing sound? If you pull it fast enough. Sorry, I've this is totally devolved now. Don't let me talk about things. Okay, let's get our reading on. I know, like a cat. It is a comforting thing. All right, let's just move on. I'm getting embarrassed now. Okay. We will see you back here, everyone, at 55. I hope everyone's reading goes smoothly, amazingly, and you get a lot accomplished. All right, see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. How did it go? I'm almost halfway with my book, so we're making me a lot of progress. I'm doing pretty darn good. Look at me go. And yeah, loving it. Loving it. Loving it. 5-star predictions, everyone. 5-star predictions. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Okay, let's see. Margaret's doing 30 minutes for edits. Hello, hi friends. Currently listening to the Witching Hour. Yeah, I listened to the Witching Hour as well. That's how I read it. How are you enjoying it? I didn't. It took me a while. So like, I didn't love the narrator for it, but I got used to the narrator for the Witching Hour because it was so long of an audiobook. It was so long. It took me a long time to finish that audiobook. It is chunky. It is definitely chunky. How many hours was that? Wasn't that like 52 hours or something ridiculous like that? Is that too many hours? I don't remember. It was very long. But yeah, I did not love the narrator of it, but you just get used to it after a while. You just get used to it. And doing some sprint hopping. Yep, that's fun. I'm hoping you're finding some good sprints. Jenny had to leave us. Amy came to say hi. Margaret says, yay, down to 30 more minutes of edits for the day. Got through 2 chapters. Awesome. 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 Congratulations. That's fantastic. We got 7% into The Gathering by CJ Tudor and put a load of washing on. Perfect. How do you like CJ Tudor? I don't think I've read any. I haven't read anything by CJ Tudor. I've heard people talking about CJ Tudor, but I haven't actually. CJ Tudor. What is that one about? Ooh, it got pretty good, decent reviews. It's just a thriller, right? Not just a thriller. It's a horror thriller. A grisly crime in Alaska. That's a good winter one then. Let's see. Caught up in dark secrets and superstitions of a small town, this riveting novel claimed author. Ugh. Sounds gruesome. Okay. Yeah. If anybody's interested, check it out. Looks interesting. Subscribe to a few. Oh, awesome. Margaret. Everybody go subscribe to Margaret and everybody else here on this. We have amazing people here. Everybody here is amazing. Yet another 7% in the middle of the 10th chapter. Whew. That's exciting, Manny. That's really exciting. I feel like you and I are reading similar. Are they similar? I mean, no, you said it was a lot like Firefly. This is nothing like Firefly. I guess it's just more like that sci-fi that, I don't know. This isn't a cozy sci-fi, but gosh, I'm enjoying it. It's making me feel cozy reading it, even though it's not a cozy subject. But yeah, a lot of tens in this as well. I also made it halfway. Nice. Page 177. That's perfect. But it's bedtime. Yeah, if you're on the East Coast, late. I stayed up too late last night and need to get some sleep. Plus, it's also Sunday, so weeknight, right? Hi, how's it going? I will probably do one more sprint. I think I'll do one more sprint. I'm getting pretty hungry and I want to use my sprints for reading. So I think I'll do one more sprint and then I will probably go and eat. So hopefully you'll be around for one more sprint, but welcome. It's interesting to discover what is specifically American slang, like scratch for money, which is apparently only for 19. So they only use the term scratch here in the US and during the year 1914. How did they monitor that? Which is apparently only for 1914. Yeah, that's what it sounds like, right? Huh. 4 chapters listened to. Stardew played. How'd it go? Stardew's not like one of those winning ones, right? You just continue to play it. It's like Animal Crossing or something like that, where you just kind of build things with it, isn't it? I read about 25 pages of more of Lady of Darkness. I feel like I've heard of Lady of Darkness. Lady of Darkness. By Melissa Rorick. We got really good reviews. Are you enjoying it? Oh yeah. Some of the reviews aren't so pleasant, but Erin says, I've read one of her books before, but this one is quite different because there seems to be a supernatural element with vamp. Ooh, that sounds kind of fun. How is that? Like, is it a good thing that's been added, the supernatural element, or are you not enjoying that? I've gotten lucky and my last 5 books have been great. That is fantastic. What were they? What were your last 5 books? You're great. I mean, that feels great. I love when I'm having a reading streak where everything feels amazing and you just want to keep reading and everything feels, like you're just like one book after the other. You're just picking really well. Just got done with book club and doing the wrap up post on Facebook. Oh, okay. How was it? Was it fun? What book were you reading for your book club? I haven't caught up on your vlogs yet. I'm still working. I've been trying to read for my readathon, the one that I'm doing for Pickpongathon, and I've been having fun following your journey on Ketchupathon and Becca's journey on Deck of TBR-a-thon. But I'm actually not participating in either of those readathons, but having fun like living vicariously through you. But I haven't caught up yet. So, what book did you read for your book club? Finished my book. Yay! It had way more body horror than expected. Not my thing, but I'll just go with taking one for the team. Yes, and we appreciate you. Your team members appreciate you, but hopefully going forward, you're reading more books that you'll enjoy. Because we don't want, this is like, I mean, like, that's kind of how I feel about readathons. I'm like, it's great to win and do really well, but it's also like, I still want people reading things that they're going to enjoy. I mean, you can't tell if you're going to love or hate something, but like, you know, too soon to tell if I like. Okay, but I like the setting and that the detective is a woman. Nice. Oh, I do love an older female protagonist. That is wonderful. Okay, so setting is good. Alaska. That would be an intriguing setting for me as well. And okay, I'll be looking out for your thoughts. I say we, but it's kind of me, and we talked about a lot of books today. Oh, okay, that's funny. Only from, okay, 1914. Okay, so not only 1914. It went, oh, so meaning scratch as a term only came from 1914, so you thought it would be older, right? Is that what you're saying? It went well. It's a cozy farming sim with some mining and monsters. Cute. It does sound really cute. We read by themes. This week we talked about, oh, I see, book to movie adaptations. That makes sense. Okay. Okay, so instead of actually having a book that you read all together, that's really cool though. And especially if, it's kind of like a condensed version of when we have our like reading wrap ups and stuff like that, because you can just chat about books with people. And if they haven't read the book, then they can get recommendations. But if they have read the book, then you also can talk to them about that. I'm just 60 pages in. It seems okay so far. Okay. It's reading pretty quickly. Not too much has happened yet, just introducing the main character mostly. And that's true for a lot of, fantasy in general. It takes a little bit of time to start building the characters. I like supernatural elements. It seems like there's an interesting take on vampires, like where they kind of protect species. They're kind of a protected species. Like, well, oh, interesting. Huh, that is interesting. That's a very different take on vampires. The audio is like, yes. Now that I am in part 2, so you've actually made pretty good progress, which is the files on the Made for Witches. I'm actually really, yeah. I oh, I don't know. I think that the files on the Made for Witches was where I got bogged down. I'm trying to remember. It was a while ago, and there is a section that's a lot about architecture, but I don't know if you've made it there yet. That was the section that I think bogged me down the most. It was so heavily about architecture that I got bogged down in that section. I think the Made for Witch files was interesting, but there is a lot of tediousness in that book. Although I know a lot of people like feel like that's one book, the Witching Hour, that so many people read when they were younger and absolutely fell in love with Anne Rice through that. Which it's just like it's one of those books where I'm like reading it how much younger? Because it's got a lot of taboo stuff in there. Yes, I think the next book will be better for me, and I'll be getting to a book I've owned for I think that's a good choice. I think that's a good choice. I can already tell I like her writing. Um, yeah, that's great. That's great to hear. I like horror that takes place in an isolated setting, like extreme cold or heat. Yeah, and I think that makes it really interesting too, because the isolation makes it more frightening, for sure. I'm in USA and never heard of Scratch Bing Money. Yeah, I hadn't either. I mean, have I? I don't think so. I don't think I've heard of that as a term for money. And I didn't know it was American. I swear I've read Regency romances that use Scratch in that way. And now I gotta think about that because I don't know if I've actually used like old gangster talk, like, hey, let's show me the scratch or give me the,
Yeah. That's,
Oh, mom knows it.
yeah. That's,
Mom knows it. She was around in 1917, 1914. I'm just
yeah,
kidding.
the gangster.
She was a gangster. She was a zoot suit gangster in 1914. No. Ooh, that sounds interesting, Aaron. Kind of makes me think of the vibe of When Women Were Dragons, which is memoir style fiction about women. That one I do want to read, When Women Were Dragons, for sure. Feel like Vampire Diaries, Nell Diamond is running Mystic Readathon next month with prompts centered around it. Not my thing, but have fun. Awesome. That's awesome. I haven't, there's so many readathons next month. September is going to be a packed month for readathons. I'm only doing one. I refuse to do any more. But yes, if you're looking for some fun, supernatural, thank you for sharing that, Margaret. This was in part one, Michael's backstory. That was in part one. Okay, so yeah, the yes, that's right, Michael's backstory, the architecture. It was a bit. You don't care. I think Michael was the only character I cared for. The only one I liked. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember. It's been a while. Um, no, you might be right. I don't know. I just remember that the architecture stuff, and I like architecture. I like architecture, but that section was tedious. Yeah, I'm definitely intrigued. This town wants a permit to cull the vampire colony because one is supposedly responsible for killing a teen boy, but they still wear clothes like people. Okay, so they are more humanized in some ways, but they're becoming a problem because there's too many of them. Or it's supposed, it's alleged. Amy's Books Live, having a book club based on themes sounds cool, allows people the freedom to pick something they're interested in and still being able to have group questions. Yeah, agreed. Totally agree. What do I have? Do I have Vampire Diaries? No, I have the Vampire Files, which I've never read. There's so many like vampire this, vampire that. I have Vampire Files. Has anybody read the Vampire Files? Because we have the whole series. I think what's the whole series by P.N. Elrod, but don't know anything about what it's about. And eventually I'll read them. I don't know where we got them, but I've never read Vampire Diaries or watched the show or anything. I don't have any readathons on my radar except Stray. Yep, Stray is September. For me, it's book. um, I'll be interested to hear what your TBR is for that for Stray is September. Yeah. Mm-mm. What is this vampire book you're all talking about? Oh, it's what was it called, Aaron? It's The Gathering by C.J. Tudor. Stray is September, you say? Yes. Who's hosting this, Margaret? Stray September? Oh, okay, I'm slow. Yes, run by Scott, a gunpowder fiction and plot. Books in about or on Australia. I think I read the Vampire Files. Oh, what'd you think, Stevie? And thank you. I missed Vampire Diaries. I was more Suki Stackhouse book, True Blood Vampire Academy. I've read the first Suki Stackhouse book. It was average, like middle of the road for me. I mean, I didn't dislike it, but I wasn't as pulled into it as I had hoped. I don't know. I would be interested in reading more, but it didn't do. I don't remember why. I think I was more of like Laurel K. Hamilton kind of gal, um, which I think Aaron. Did we have like a joke? We had a conversation about this a long time ago. Yeah, The Gathering by C.J. Tudor. Um, Emily Carter. It can allow us to stay in a comfort zone or step out of it. Oh yeah, about the book club. It can allow us to stay in a comfort zone or step out of it. Also, we never get mad at anyone for not reading on theme. We just talk about books. That's good. That's really nice because it can be sometimes when you're in a reading when you're in a book club and people don't actually read the book, but then they come and they have nothing to contribute. Like I understand from both perspectives. It can be a little frustrating if you're hosting or something, and especially when there's not a lot of people that show up and not a lot of people have read it. But at the same time, it's gonna be rough for the person who hasn't read the book because sometimes you just come and wanna. I've known people who've come to the book club even if they haven't finished a book because they just want to like, do I want to continue with this book? Or I want to hear people's opinions, and or do I actually want to read this book if I haven't started it? See, I haven't read any because I was told they were outdated in terms of representation. Oh, totally. Oh yeah, totally. Suki Stackhouse. Oh, totally. Yeah. So are most of those. I have the Suki Stackhouse series. I like the TV show way better. Oh, okay, that's interesting. The TV show is better. Oh, they totally are. They didn't age well, for sure. Not at all. Just finished the 17th Anita Blake book last night. I still hate Anita Blake, but I'm still. That's funny. That's really funny. uh, oh, I'm good. I'm not missing anything. No, probably not. Suki Stackhouse is a comfort reread for me, but I don't know that I'd recommend getting into them now. Yeah, I can see that. Are you a completionist? I would say so. If you hate Anita Blake, but you're still reading, I'm shocked you have them and have not gotten into them. They are older, if I'm correct, by Eldon or something like that. The Suki Stackhouse ones. That's right. Yeah, yeah. You sure? Yep. Aaron is a completionist. You poor thing. Yeah, I've definitely DNF'd a few series because I'm like, no, I just don't want to read them, and I already have so many other series. But it can be hard. It can be hard when you're a completionist. Aaron, you fight that fight. Maybe against yourself. But did I grab the Suki books when I saw them at a library recently? Oh, I've done that. I've certainly done that. Yeah. I have. What series is this? I have a booktube friend who, whenever she finishes books, she sends them to me, or like not always sends them to me, but like she'll send me some of her unhauls. And she started sending me the Louise Renison. I don't remember the name of this series, but the Georgia Nicholson series. And I've never read this series, but it's like it's totally not my age anymore. And I probably would have enjoyed this a lot more when I was a teenager. But because she sent me some, now I want all of them. And so I have this series that it's kind of like, you're just like, yeah, just send them to me. Similar to this. You still pick them up. Suki Stackhouse, yes, by Charlene Harris. Is written by Charlene Harris. I also just like having a really long series to work through, though, and I like to see how it shaped the urban fantasy. Right. Yeah. What do you think about how Anita Blake shaped the urban fantasy genre? That's cool. Having a long series on my shelf would stress me out. I'm pretty good about yeah, I'm pretty good about not needing to continue on right away. But Andy Blake, the character is, well, she's got a personality. She's got a personality for sure. I'm not a completionist. Yeah, that works out well. Then you don't have to worry about that. Vampire Files equals pre-COVID. Yeah. Oh, for sure. What's funny about it is I was looking it up because we had a few. I don't know where we got these books, to be honest. Mom probably got them somewhere at some point. Um, I was looking up a couple of the bind-ups, these Vampire Files bind-ups, and there are a few that I think are so hard to get, like book 5 or something, that are so hard to get that they're really incredibly expensive. And I'm like, is it actually worth it? I don't know. I think we have all of them, but yeah, I totally blame Mom. It's all Mom's fault. I don't know where it came from. I don't know where this series came from, but I'll be interested to try it out at some point and see if it's actually any good. I mean, it's pre-COVID, so I don't even know what it's about, to be honest, Stevie. Um, Is that relevant? Like it being pre-COVID? It's definitely, well, how old is that series? The Vampire Files. I almost don't want to know what it's about just because then it's more fun to like, oh, it's old. 91. Probably is not going to have aged well. Probably is not going to have aged well. The Vampire Files. What is the first one? Volume 1 has what books in it? Blood. Oh, I'm reading it now. I just said I didn't want to read it, huh? But it looks like it was first published in 91. I think I read them when I had COVID and they were old. Yeah. Pre-COVID feels like another time, honestly. Oh, for sure. I genuinely strongly believe we should get those years back. Like the world should come together and give us those years back. I don't know how we would do that, but you know, it does feel like another time. Even then they were old. Oh, for sure. Yeah, yeah. They're probably also haven't aged well. Yeah, it's pretty annoying when I find those same sequels volumes that are hard to find, like a sequel to 84 Trying. Oh, yeah, I know. And I that does get frustrating, especially if you are in a series and if you are a completionist and you're like, no, I gotta finish the series, or if you're really liking the series and then you can't get a hold of the next books. The sequel to 84 Trying Cross, I've heard of 84 Trying Cross. That I didn't know that it was part of a series. I had no clue that one was part of a series. Bloodiest. What? Even then they were old. Are they the bloodiest? Yes, give those years back. Agreed. Totally. Anita Blake was definitely has not aged well. No. She does get slightly less homophobic as we go through. She's still pretty homophobic, but less homophobic than the start of the series. Yeah. None of that. I The 80s and 90s were dark. Those were dark periods. I mean, like anything before, but it's as recent as anything that was written in the 80s and 90s. Fatphobic, homophobic, all those. It's all, none of it ages well. Not really a series, but she revisited their. And then Mimi's like, what? I love that. Oh, that's funny. Um, Not easy to come by, Amy, apparently. Not easy to come by, so don't get too excited about it because you might not be able to find it. Yeah. I mean, it is a problem. And there were, when I was reading it recently, I restarted reading it recently just kind of like for nostalgia's sake, and there were definitely parts of it I was like, ugh, ugh. You know, like why were we like that? Why were we like that? But good luck with this, Amy. I was thinking that was the title of the, oh, Bloodiest. Okay. Okay. Let me look it up. Tell me an order. Like, Order of the Vampire. There's so many. Vampire Diaries, Vampire Chronicles, Vampire this, Vampire Files books. Yeah, you're right. Bloodlist, 1990. Huh. Oh, well, apparently I own this whole series, or at least a good portion of it. We might be talking about a whole different set. No, you're right. You're right. It's Bloodlist. Bloodlist. The Duchess of Bloomsbury Street by Helen Hanff is the one I'm looking for. Oh, have you looked? I'm sure you've looked everywhere, right? I've never even heard of that. The Duchess of Bloomsbury. Anybody have that? Bloomsbury Street. Bloomsbury Street. Oh, by Helen Hanff. Is that part of a series? Nonfiction travel memoir. I love travel memoirs. Huh. There's a new version, but I'm looking for the used bookshops. Yep. Have you looked at thrift books? Skin Trade is from like 2009 at this point, and she still starts out the story with some comments about how her coworker's wife, yeah, wide and frumpy. I know there was a lot of fat phobia in that for sure. There was a lot of issues. A lot of issues. And we just accepted it back then, right? Like the 80s and 90s. I just think about like the fat phobia and everything, and like Shallow Hal in the movies like that. And we just accepted it as part of the regular, like it was funny at that time. And I thought it was funny because it was accepted that that was considered a gross thing or sad. And I want to have an 84 Charing Cross movie viewing party. Wouldn't that would be cool? I've never read the book. I want to read the book. I want to read the book. As soon as the word frumpy dies, the better. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, frumpy is an awful word. It's available new on thrift books. Okay, so they don't. So gotta find this really cool old cover. It's this pink color, right? This pink with yellow on it. Like the word shrill. Yeah, the word shrill is awful too. Yes. Oh my God, Shaha, looking back at that movies. Oh, I know. And I've watched a few other movies where when I was younger, I thought they were so funny. And I look back at them and I just cringe all the time. I cringe and I'm like, I thought this was funny. Like, at the time, in my mindset at the time, it was. And I've always been a fat woman, like a fat girl. And at the time, I was like, this is funny. And then you also, like, the other thing was like, oh, I finally feel like someone's representing a fat person in a movie and thinking of it as a positive thing. And yet they were making fun of fat people the whole movie, even though the end was supposed to be a positive ending. Yeah. Yeah. Seeing Shallow Hal in the theater. It's used on Better World Books. Oh, used on Better World Books for $7.99. Amy's got you covered, Margaret. Yeah, it is shocking. Shrill should only be used to describe children's. That's Shrill's the kind of word they used to be able to put women in asylums back when we were, like for just when women were being when husbands could put their wives in asylums because they were shrill and just women. What a fun conversation. Should we find out how long our last sprint is going to be? Let's see. Okay. Ooh, it's doubling up. The last two times it has doubled up. Huh. Okay, so 30 minutes again. Oh yeah, like hag, frigid, and hysterical. That's the word I was looking for. If you were hysterical, you had an hysterical constitution, so you got put into an asylum. Yes, thank you. Hag. Oh, that's such an ugly word. Frigid. That's just rude. I mean, it's not funny, but it's like so sad. You have to laugh because people could just men could just put their wives in asylums. Just like, okay, she's not all right. She's not behaving the way I want her to, so I'll put her in there. Anyways, I still remember my student teaching evaluator telling me I wouldn't be a great teacher because my voice was too shrill. Showed him I've been teaching for 17 years. Ew. Ew. What a jerk. That is horrible. I'm so sorry, Brenna. That's horrible. What a jerk. Yes, let's think of a Greek word for the gallbladder wandering, shall we? Your mom was probably back there wondering what you're discussing. Nope, she's sitting right here playing on her playing she's doing online puzzles. She can hear everything. I joke about my womb wandering around my body like a little animal all the time. Oh, you guys, this is funny. I wish mine would wander off. Yeah. My womb or your womb or your gallbladder? Oh, that's funny. I recently found out I have some pretty decent sized fibroids, so I'd like mine to wander off too. Like, oh yeah, I'm in a mood because I've got the wandering womb again. Yeah, yep, yep, yep. outside my body, LOL. Seriously. Uh, uh, yeah, it's been tough being a woman. It's tough. Yeah, take it. That's perfect. All right. Everybody's liking this. This is good. Yeah, you got a wandering womb, so you got yeah, and I'm gonna use that too. That's a good way to get out of work. I'm just kidding. I'm not picky. Oh my goodness. Okay. Are you ready to read? Ready to do our 30 minutes? We can come back and be silly again after that. But then I'm gonna eat something after that. Okay. So let's change this. Let's just go to the top of the hour. Forget the timer because we're already off by a minute. So let's just say we're gonna go to the top of the hour. Finish out strong with our wandering wombs. Oh good. Oh good. Amy, you have helped Margaret. She is super excited. The bonus, like the benefit of being like in a group with people who are readers, other people who have different things that they think about. Okay, let's go ahead and sprint until the top of the hour. I hope that this last sprint treats everyone amazingly and we stop thinking about wandering wombs unless you want to, and we get some good reading done. So it'll be midnight here. Oh, perfect. Okay, good. That's good. Good timing. Plus, you're making the world a better place. Oh, by getting books from Better World Books. That's right. Margaret, you're a hero, and I love seeing it. This is great. This is perfect. This is a good thing. Okay, let's read. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. How'd it go? How'd your reading go? I'm halfway. Woohoo! These were probably the most successful sprints I've ever done for reading and enjoyment. I mean, I've had great sprints enjoyment wise. Um, so be bit there. Oh, yeah, right. Paige showed up while we were doing that sprint. My wonderful Paige, and she's on her lunch break. Lots of love. Margaret said, "Hey, Paige, Charlie got distracted by the book checked out in an email. Now diving back for the last 30 minutes of edits. Manny had to leave as well. Missed the Wandering Wombs talk. It was fun. Oh my, the list of historical adjectives for a stupid person is long. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. We should bring back this one. Maybe we shouldn't. Stupiditarian. It was from 1850, an unintelligent, uneducated, or foolish person. And then Paige got me to look at some mischief, excitement. Who knows what it means? But it means something. It means something. Um, and she's a badass, and she made me laugh. That's perfect. Up to chapter 25, past halfway. Whee! That is awesome. Very awesome. I'm so glad that I could help you get past halfway. And that is 2 hours for the day. So you got your 2 hours of reading of that done. I get to finish my romance tucked up in bed. That sounds lovely. That sounds relaxing. I am going to keep working on this after I'm going to eat some dinner, and then I'll probably tuck myself up into bed and read more of Dawn. I know, you weren't here to distract me. That's exactly right. I know Paige was like, stop reading, Amy. Stop reading and go look at your notifications. I'm like, Paige, it's a sprint. I'm supposed to be reading. um, thanks for having to work, Paige. I appreciate it. It helped me get a lot of reading done. 3 more chapters read. Awesome. Played fetch with my cat. Ooh, how cute. And played more of Stardew Valley. Is that right? Yeah. Um, I want to say Stardust, but Stardust. Like, I don't know. Fetch with your cat. That's cute. My cat does not play fetch. My dog loves fetch. But my cat, no. I don't think well, actually, he loves to, he doesn't play fetch, but if you wiggle a string or something, he's totally into that. I have about 2 hours left in my audiobooks. I'm actually a lot closer to finishing the team prompts than I thought. Besides that, I have Kindred to read. Woohoo! Awesome! Great job, Leanna. I continue to be intrigued by The Gathering. I really like the detective protagonist a lot and made a marinade for some chicken. That sounds good. Okay, I'm interested. I'll read that CJ Tudor because I haven't read anything by CJ Tudor. That one sounds like a synopsis that I think would be interesting. So now that you've said that, Aaron, I'm going to add that to my miles long want to read list, which isn't the longest, we found out. Someone else I don't know if they're here anymore, but I think it was Kelly. Kelly's was longer than mine. Was it Kelly's? I don't remember. It's been a while. Okay, horror thriller. Just adding that now so I don't forget. If my phone ever was able to finish Erasure during sprints. Was that, or was it you, Emily? I can't remember now. Was able to finish Erasure during sprints. We'll see how far I get before going to bed. 80 pages away. Woohoo! That's awesome. Okay, want to read adult horror and thriller also. Okay. That's pretty good. Actually, that's really good. My favorite insult for someone being stupid is wisdom is chasing them and they're winning. Cute. I'm up to page 100, but it's 538 pages, so still a lot to go. That is a big book. That is a big book. Stardew Deuced. Stardew Deuced. There is now a real Jon Snow as a teeny cameo character in the novel. Oh! What? You created a Jon Snow for your character, for your story. I love that. Wisdom is chasing them, and they're winning. I just read a mystery that was 483 pages. So close for her kid. I know. Did you read it in one day? Did you read it in one day? I'm probably gonna have to practice. Like my first one, and it'll probably have to be middle grade, most likely. And I have to make sure I have an audiobook. Mystery might work though. Mysteries tend to go pretty fast for me too. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. That I'm probably gonna have to practice though. It's like 500 pages in one day. I'm gonna have to see what book is gonna work. What book I'll actually be able to succeed. So I'll be probably trying different ones until I find one that that I'm able to succeed at reading in one day. Wild. I read one chapter in each of the books I'm reading. Nice. One of these has 20-page chapter. Oof. Thank goodness it's a good book. Yeah. It doesn't bother me so much when it's a good book. But yeah, 20 pages is going to be like you just don't feel like you're making as much progress, even though you're making the same amount of progress as you would in a short chapter book. It just, yeah, there's something about that psychologically that feels like it's taking longer. Honestly, I need to make a page in my commonplace book for creative insult. I feel like it would keep me entertained. Oh, for sure. For sure. That'd be fun. He's real. He theorized that cholera was, waterborne rather than miasma. So he's a guest lecturer. I love it. Perfect. That's perfect. Oh, I love it. That's great. Love Easter eggs. It's 471 pages. I'm on 348. A commonplace book. Yeah. What does that mean, actually? Commonplace book. Commonplace books are a way to compile knowledge, usually. Oh, okay. By writing information. That is really cool. So you just, like, that would be so hard to organize. Or is it just, like, because then how do you go back and reference things without, like, do you organize it? Do you have, like, uh, what is that thing called at the beginning of the book? The detective Barbara is a 51-year-old forensic vampire anthropologist, single but still friendly, maybe, with her ex, Susan. Oh, I love it. That sounds really good. Okay, I put it on my want to read. Exactly, I like the chapters. Okay, good. Yeah, I'll have to practice for the 500-day squirts. Yeah, so hard. So hard. I'm not as worried about the 24-hour readathon, except that I'm not good at staying up for 24 hours straight. Like, whenever I do readathons that are like short ones, I always still have to sleep. So that'll maybe take some practice too. Thank you. The beginning. Okay. Like the ultimate Bujo. Heck yeah. Oh, you have one with the index at the beginning. Oh, that's really cool. I should do something like that for all the stuff I need for teaching, which makes sense that you would have one then, Brenna. Um, they're for collecting bits of information, anything you want, quotes, all sorts. I don't organize mine honestly, though I think color system might be the most simple. Huh. I've never heard of a commonplace book before. I learned something new. That's great. I love it. I love it. Thank you. Let's see. One of my favorite things I've written down is potential answers to the Fermi paradox, like why we think there's aliens, but that we haven't met them yet. Yeah. Why is it? Hmm. Just looking things up. Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, that is a good question. So potential answers to it. That is. Hmm. I mean, I think. Well, I don't know, but I think it has a lot to do. Don't look it up unless you want to get existential. I know. I'm like, what's some of the answers? I have some ideas of answers, but it would probably make my head hurt big time. Head scratcher. This has been wonderful, but gotta wind down for bed. Okay, have a good night, Margaret. Night off. Night, Margaret. Woohoo. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much. It was so wonderful to be able to read with you. Yeah, I was like thinking like distance has something to do with it. Then also to think of like development and how many millions and millions of years it took humans to develop, or like life to develop on Earth, and what different, like imagine on other planets when those planets were created, how long it may have taken for life to develop on those ones, at what stage of development that life is at, and um, also think about like even thinking about motivation, like intelligent life. What is there actually a motivation to leave whatever planet they're on, or what have you, if they're intelligent enough to? Yeah, that could be too much, too much. Fascinating though, very very fascinating. That would be it would be That's a really cool thought. Something I probably try not to think about because there would be so many questions. Oh, okay, a commonplace book. I like that. That's really cool. One of my faves is because of how time and distance are related. They might look at Earth and there's yeah, exactly. That's one of the ones I've heard. That's probably one of the most common ones I've heard. That they may have come to Earth, but there hasn't been enough like intelligent life. They missed us. Like they missed us in the time that they came. And yeah, a bit. Yeah, that is a bit less scary for sure. For sure, definitely. There's so many. Ugh, thinking about that can be very scary, and like you said, existential. Makes my head explode. Anyways, I am definitely getting hungry now. I really had a wonderful time chatting with everyone tonight, and I'm so excited for us. I hope we're all doing well with Pickpongathon or any other readathon that we're currently doing, and that we just move forward having a great month, excuse me, and reading amazing books. Amazing books. Yep. Yep, that's kind of like, where my mind goes, is that we've been here such a relatively, and time, the way we think about it, because our understanding of time is so narrow. It's just wild. It's wild. What? Yep. We're a dust mote in a sunbeam. I love that. Yes, and think about how small our planet is in relative to the universe. Like, we're a dust mote in a sunbeam. I love that. That's beautiful. Okay, well, yeah, like I said, I appreciate everyone coming out and reading with me, and I made huge progress tonight. I feel really good about it. I hope you all did as well, and thank you so much for being here with me. Thank you so much for reading with me. And I will be doing sprints next Friday because Whenever Reads is doing Neva over on Whenever Reads. No, that's not Whenever Reads. My brain stopped. Reading Whenever. Sorry, I knew that. Neva is doing a 24-hour sprinting. So then it'll start off on Neva's channel, and then it'll go on to another channel, and then it'll come onto my channel, then it'll go on to, so like we're doing this like tiered 24 hours of sprinting. So it'll be on my channel next Friday, Saturday for people who are on different time zones. And I think I'm going from 8 p.m. to 12 p.m. midnight Pacific Standard Time. So hopefully some of you will come and join me. Very excited to do that. Hopefully I'll be able to last. We'll see. Anyways, thank you so much, and I will talk to you later. Bye. Bye.